me from my winter hell. I've got candles and candy, I can be your daddy if you only let me creep into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your choice is seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you, no matter who or know what will others say. Just find your way and try to stay true. Just speak low, stand in your row, try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow way down below. Oh, it's a lot of woe, and that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you now to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you, no matter who or know what will others say. Just find your way and try to stay true. I want you to stay true to what's right for you, no matter who or know what will others say. Just find your way and try to stay
All right, let's try this again. There we go. Is that better, you guys? Can you hear me okay? Oh, let me get my chair up. Sorry, you guys. You don't need to hear all that unnecessary shenanigans. Let me show you what's going on here. All right, so let me go back up here. Thank you so much, Curious Christine. I appreciate that very, very much. That was incredibly generous. Thank you. All right, are you guys ready for the testimony today? Hey, Dubsy Daisy. Hey, let me just say hi to everybody now that I can speak. I don't know what was going on. Hey, Jenny. Hey, Curious Christine. Dubsy Daisy. Let's see. Crime Crochet. Neat Noodle. Chicken Lady. Good morning or good afternoon. Good to see everyone. Hey, Sarah. Good to see you. Another Amy. Welcome back. Good to see you. Violet. Hello. All right, I think I got everybody. Hey, RJ, good to see you. All right, so we can all hear me. Everybody's doing good. Hey, Sherry, good to see you. All right, they're supposed to come back any moment now. Now, in the meantime, they're coming back 15 minutes ahead of the jury. Now, obviously, we would do that, on a normal day because, just in case there's any housekeeping that needs to be taken care of, if there's anything that, the state or the defense needs to address. Now, what do we think the over under is that the defense is going to have some more to address? I think the state's going to be, good to go. But what do we think about the 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 defense because they always have an issue. I just want to check and make sure you guys can hear me. Hold on. All right, everything seems to be going well. So hopefully, okay. Crime crochet. Okay. What's going on with you, babe? Let me see. Oh wow. I bet you're scared. Well, they're sitting out front, babe. I know you're nervous, and I know they can't sit there forever, but they're going to sit there for a good while. Okay, they're looking for those people. They'll find them. I promise. They'll find them. I know you don't like this at all, so let's get your mind off of it as much as we can. Let's be a good distraction. You guys send Crime Crochet all the good juju in the chat. She definitely needs it. I started off this afternoon a little bumpy. I do not have my little noogie. Her dad got off early and came to pick her up. So I thought, okay, let me have some lunch. So I made myself a sandwich, and I sat down on the couch to play a little Heyday. Don't judge. I love Heyday. I don't know why. I just do. It relaxes me. So I was playing a little Heyday, and I had been wearing my hoodie. I have a hoodie that I wear when it's, chilly. And let me just say this. It's blustery. It is really windy today. And so I was like, okay, I'm just gonna, I have my fuzzy. I don't need to have my hoodie on too, so I took it off and laid it on the couch. And Alice the cat is now napping on it. So then I had to find another hoodie to wear. And this is like my in case of emergency hoodie. This is not my preferred hoodie. Okay. This is the hoodie I wear whenever like I have to wash the other hoodie. So I'm a little uncomfortable in this hoodie. It's not my favorite. Like I said, it's not my preferred hoodie, but my preferred hoodie is in use. Hey, Kawaii Tosh. Look at me. I got your name right. Remember how I used to say it because I don't know how to read? Texas loves you, Crime Crochet. We love you. I'm from Texas. Hey, Justified. Good to see you, babe. So, yes, absolutely. We love you. I speak for everybody in Texas. Texas loves you. We are the friendly state. Now, after you've been here for a while, I'll tell you what the real state motto is. But I don't know how long you've been here, and I think you got to be here a good 10 years before I can tell you what the true state motto is. But if you're from Texas, you know what it is. All right, I see the judge, or at least I see the top of the judge's head. I don't know what we're doing. Again, with the camera operator. Hello, pay attention. The judge is obviously sitting down. He's obviously talking. There you go. Hand down. Now. And go. Bruh. Love you too, babe. Listen, at my age, at this point, I got to take those victories where I can get it. For real, for real. Today, do you want my, okay. So I don't know if this is genetic, although I suspect it is because I have great muscle tone on my biceps, but my triceps need a lot of work. And my sons call them my lunch lady arms. Okay. I'm just going to tell y'all. So today, the Nuggie said, Granny, let me say that. And so she was like squishing them, hitting them back and forth or whatever. And I said, Nuggie, when I was your age, my grandmother, my Nana, she had flaps. And I used to do the same thing to her. And I asked her one time, Nana, how come your arms flap like that? And now look where I'm at. I got those flaps too. And I got lunch lady arms. And she said, that's okay, Granny. When I grow up and be an adult, I'm going to have lunch lady arms too. So yeah. Yeah, that's what happens. What? Don't call it that? Why not? That's what my kids call them. I don't know why they call them that. So it's what I've always called them because they call them that. I don't know what they're called. Oh, bingo wings. Oh, okay. That does sound fancier. What is the camera person doing? That's what Nuggie says. She says, Granny, your skin is so soft. Is that because you lotion and potion? I said, yes, ma'am. That's exactly why. Right? Like, bruh. I mean, okay, look, here's the deal. Okay. For the way that I eat, which is basically like my parents are out of town for the weekend, and the amount of exercise I don't do, I should be far heavier than I am. Okay. I should weigh a whole lot more. And the fact of the matter is, if I wanted to, And you don't even need to go to the gym. If you got a coffee table that's sturdy, and let me tell you, my coffee table is from my parents' house. It was like their very first furniture that they ever bought. And I have loved that coffee table around for the last, I don't know, probably 15 years. Okay. I don't even like the coffee table. I just cannot bear to part with it because I remember when my parents bought that furniture, how proud they were of their furniture. So I just can't let that coffee table go. And it is a sturdy AF. But you can do tricep dips if you have a coffee table that is sturdy enough, which I need to be doing. Look, I have zero excuse for being a chubble. Okay, none. There's no excuse for it. It's just laziness, really, for me personally. And I don't like it when I have a little extra nuts stored for the winter and it's about to be summer. And you guys know my policy on that. There's only so much that you can and should take off in the summertime. So, especially because it's been such a mild winter, I'm telling you right now, it's going to be hotter than the ninth circle of hell. All right, this summer here in Texas. What is going on with the camera person, bro? Oh, you do? Oh, crime crochet. Maine Coons are my favorite. I love a Maine Coon. And I love the tabbies. I love the gray tabbies and the orange tabbies. I have a gray tabby now. Mac is a gray tabby. And I have Al.
0139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Oh,
All right.
I'm shocked.
Greg, do we have all 12? We're missing 2. All right. As soon as we have the final 2 jurors, we can get started. Very good.
Okay, so if you guys missed this morning when they were doing all when the lawyers were lawyering, the first witness up is Carmen Lauber. She's going to testify again. I'm excited to hear what she has to say. She did say no crime crochet, and it scared the crap out of me. I wasn't prepared. Oh, look. Mr. Bloodworth went to go hand out a tissue. Not only is he a snappy dresser, but he's a good person. That's considerate. Meanwhile, Kouri's over here drinking with her teeth again.
But it's already sticky. So, so when you put it in, yeah, just you don't because it's formal about it.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
See, even when she's talking to her own team, Miss Nestor sounds disingenuous. When my youngest son was little, not little, I shouldn't say that because he really wasn't little. He was in middle school, so I think 6th grade. He went to the bus stop, and he came running back, and he said, "Mom, there's cats, there's kittens everywhere. They're gonna get hit, they're gonna get hurt." And I was like, "Yeah, but the bus stop is like in the front yard of somebody's house. They're probably those people's cats. So just get yourself on the bus, and we'll deal with it after school." And he came home after school, and he said, "Mom, they're still out there, and they're just running amok. They're gonna get hurt." And I said, "All right, well then let's go over to the house, and let's knock on the door and find out what's what." And I'm thinking and like saying in my brain, These cats have a home. These cats have a home. These cats have a home. So we go and knock on the door, and no, they don't have a home. And they're looking to rehome them, and they're all overwhelmed. So I said, okay, well, we can have one. And he was gray and white Maine Coon. He was a great Max, is what my son ended up naming him. And he was so fluffy that when he was a kitten, all of the white fur was like extra long, and it almost looked like a baby duckling, you know, or a swan or whatever, when they have that like white down and it kind of sticks out. That's what it was like these long pieces. It was the cutest thing ever. It was the best cat, the best cat.
This was your face.
Violet says, Miss Nestor is the friend that will let you walk out of the house in a crazy outfit or toilet paper on your shoe. Yes, she is. She's so disingenuous. I can't stand it. I mean, she doesn't even sound actually grateful or thankful when she says thank you. It's very annoying. And I'm sorry for you guys that have lost your fur babies, because it is very, very, very hard. I know that pain. It is the worst pain. Himalayans are wonderful cats. I sound like that person, that one person that knows that's everything that you've experienced, they've experienced it too. I did luck into a Himalayan. This was another situation where I've told this story before. Mrs. Nesbitt is her name. And we were coming home from field day, me and my friend. Both of our girls were in the same grade. And we found her, and she had no claws. And I was like, we can't leave her out here. She cannot defend herself. So we took her home. And the reason I called her Mrs. Nesbitt is because she had that smashed face and she looked real persnickety. Sweetest thing ever. Okay. But she walked like she was drunk. And I showed her where the food bowl was, and I had to keep it up on the counter because at that point, Nestor was still a puppy and would sneak cat food. So I had to keep it up on the counter. So I put her on the counter. Y'all, she literally walked off of the counter. She didn't jump down. It's like she had no idea about depth perception or whatever. And from then on, she just reminded me of Buzz Lightyear when he's dressed up as Mrs. Nesbitt having a tea party in Sid's sister's room. I know it's oddly specific, but these are things that I just hold on to in my memory banks. And, you know, Woody comes to get him, and he's like, Buzz, come on, Buzz. And Buzz puts down his cup of tea, and he goes, my name is Mrs. Nesbitt. And that's it stuck from then on. From then on.
You can, we're ready for him.
So, yeah.
Get ready.
Yep. So that was her name. She always just had the stankiest face, but she was the sweetest thing ever. Just absolutely sweet. I can't think of an animal, of a dog or a cat that I've ever had that wasn't sweet. My mom used to swear that I just had some kind of special picker when it comes to animals. But I don't think that's it. I think animals like pick up on a vibe, you know what I mean? And I guess because I'm a person who needs space, my sister, I love my sister, but she's like a bugaboo when it comes to animals. You know, she's always up in their grills, always bugging them, you know, she's a bugaboo. Whereas I recognize that animals, they want to be with you, but they don't necessarily want you in their bubble. When they want to be in your bubble, they'll let you know, cats especially. So you just kind of let them be. And so maybe that's why, but I don't know. Like our cats have always gotten along together. Like Alice, at first, the only thing she didn't want Mac to do was ever to get on my bed. It was fine. He could go anywhere else in the house. He could even be in the bedroom as long as he slept on the floor. She only got mad when he would get on the bed. And then after, and she wouldn't even do anything but hiss. And then after like a month, maybe less than that, she finally was like, ugh, okay. But then she'd look at him like, ugh, I really hate your ass right now, you know? And then, so that was fine. They got along. And when we got Alice, she liked Nestor from the very beginning, slept with him on the back of his chair sometimes. They palled around together. When we got Monty, Monty was the orange tabby. He was a kitten and Nestor was a puppy. They were together that way. They got neutered together and everything. They used to go in the backyard and play. They were buds. When Mac came, he automatically liked Nestor. They've always gotten along. I've never had like beef. So except for when we stayed with my daughter, Mac got along with her cats, but Alice didn't. And at the time, her cat, Pancake, was just a kitten. And she would like stick her paw up underneath the door to try to play with Alice. And Alice told her, I'm pretty sure this is what Alice said to her because Alice isn't really a talker. So she was like it sounded like bitching at her. She sounded like she was talking shit, really. And I swear to God, I think she said to Pancake, if you stick your paw underneath the store one more time, it's going to be on site, bitch. Because the next time I opened the door, Alice ran past me and whooped Pancake's ass in the hallway. It was sad and funny at the same time.
Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We'll now proceed with additional evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
Mac is my talker. He talks all the time. But Alice is quiet. She never talks. My cats are just glad that I can talk to you guys about the trials because I used to watch trials like this with them.
If you would please step.
And they would get and I would be outraged or make a joke or laugh out loud or have an outburst. My usual. Everything I do live, I do with in person as well. And they were just really tired of it and over my shit. So they're glad that I have you guys. So thank you.
In front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
And I hope we don't have any more microphone issues, Miss Lauber. You know how it works.
When
Let's
you're
go.
comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close. It's probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay. So nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023 when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released
Okay,
from
yes.
Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Income honor, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes,
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes,
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and
yes.
everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay. All right. Now, when you were when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
will in
nothing
just a
there yet.
moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's there.
And do you recognize that as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, could we I'd move to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
Overruled. 3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes, I said that.
Okay.
Sorry. But since May of 23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
So you violated that condition.
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
My-
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness Defense Exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct? Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
buying them, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay.
think-
It was
I don't think-
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall telling him I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection, Your Honor.
purposes.
I think
Um,
hearsay.
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
And read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but the line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early. If I was home at 9 o'clock, probably not exactly at 9.
So you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I
Okay.
said I did not stay the whole concert.
Okay. So the reason that you were discovered in violation is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
No.
No. Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee. Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lover?
Yeah.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Sustained. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that. Actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
This is so dumb and such a waste of time. She already talked about this. She already reminded her the first go around of Cross that she had violated her drug court. And that was before any of this deal happened. This is just, I think this is a big fat waste of time, and I don't get it at all. What did Jesse say? If I was on the jury and they recalled her to mud drag, I'd be pissed. Yeah, I would be too. This is ridiculous. Why don't you attack her about the substantive issue here?
So you were writing to ask for permission to go, oh, could you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It was not. It wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment. Your Honor, that's all we have.
Ms. Lauber, you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis, may we allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
They're not going to release her, I don't think.
No, we would ask that she just be, the subpoena remain in effect.
Told you.
But she may leave now.
So, Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
While we wait for the detective to be sworn in, if you could do me a favor and
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the
hold on, be like our friend, our chat mascot, Reebok here, and trot on over to the like button, I'd appreciate.
matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Yes, Daria, she's done. It was a big fat nothing burger.
One more time, sir.
Hold on a minute before because I want to answer Neat. Okay, Neat said, didn't she want to try to convince her that she was pressured by detectives? Isn't that what she wanted to question her about? No. That part of the testimony is going to come through this witness, Detective O'Driscoll. What the defense moved for a mistrial because they said they did not have the information that she violated probation by being on or by being at that concert and consuming alcohol. That's what they wanted to question her on. All of the other arguing about Carmen Lauber was about her interviews, and they're going to question Detective Driscoll about what he told Carmen in her interview, if I understood it correctly, which I think that I did. They wanted the jury to hear that she violated her probation since getting this deal. She already got a deal with drug court, and she messed up on drug court more than once, and they kept her in the drug court. It wasn't until she was arrested in connection with this situation that they removed her from drug court. And then the feds and the state worked a deal out with her where she testified she wasn't going to be adjudicated on the original charge, which had her in drug court in the first place. Charges, I should say. All right, here we go.
What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll, O''DRISCOLL.
And the point of that was the defense said that they should have had that information. This is what they talked about when they were saying it was a Giglio violation, and that they should be allowed to impeach her testimony, impeach her testimony and call into question her credibility. That's what the point of this was. It fell flat. It's going to fall flat because, quite honestly, they never attacked in any meaningful way the important points of her testimony.
Sir, do you do for a living?
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot or drone pilot. I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper, and various other administrative duties.
When did you become a detective?
July of 2022.
And sir, what types of cases have you handled as a detective?
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts, home burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings. I was also on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress or major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
Are you currently the lead detective on this case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective Woody?
Yes, that's correct.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were 3 likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl. The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did you or did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? And while that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage, things like that. The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
Your Honor, are you able to publish that to the witness and counsel?
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's moving to admit it.
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 1-27 is admitted.
Scott, if you could embiggen that bottom portion, please. What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription controlled substances during that time frame.
Yes, Daria, the
Did
defense can.
investigators search Eric's phone for their...
Yes, Daria, the defense can call her in their case in chief. In their case. They don't really, I don't know. I don't think that they get a rebuttal. I think only the state does.
evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
Hold on, let me go back and read those for you guys.
Kouri.
It says, this is, says, nah, I'm good. As long as I get to go out with you is all I really care about. Let me make sure there wasn't
Objection.
one before that. No, okay.
2-118D is admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
Kouri says the James Bond movie is out. Eat a gummy from Kouri. At the Nice Theater, says Kouri. Carter is going to the rodeo with Tisha and my dad, then staying at his house. From Eric. What? Ha 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 ha. That's awesome. What, rodeo? At the Golden Spike Arena? Jess Carter and Tisha? Oh, never mind. I read that wrong. I thought it said Carter and Tisha were going and your dad was staying at his house, as in not going. So, sweats, hoodies, gummy, James Bond movie at the Nice Theater. I'd like to get some grub first if gummies are in the forecast. Ha ha ha. Yeah, steak sounds pretty good. The movie doesn't start till 8. I can't even read. I don't even know why I'm doing this for y'all. Y'all could read this better than me, apparently. There's a picture and then or a GIF, I think, and then he replies to that GIF.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Just for the record, I'd like the record to reflect that Ms. Nestor is the one over there objecting or not objecting, as it were, and that denotes that she's the one who's going to be doing the cross. So get ready for patronizing. Here we go. The boys are wondering when you are coming home. That's from Eric. No, you are you, and you are wondering, not them. That's from Kouri. I'll call you on my way, says Kouri. Eric responds, no, I would never go hang out with girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. There's clearly something in between that happened that we don't get to see. An image, but it's an empty file. There's 2 images that Kouri sent that are empty files. Kouri says, can you bring me home soup, please? Yep, what you want, beautiful, says Eric. Kouri says, thank you. If Dairy Queen isn't too busy, that works, whatever they have. Or chicken noodle at Neater's, whatever. Eric says, gummy time? Kouri responds, yes, with 1 exclamation point.
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a parent.
Yes, I am.
How did you first come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by Good Things Utah, a local news channel, and I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please? Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Overruled. 8-21. Did I get the number right?
Ms. Nestor, I'd like to renew the Ward case study chat and host objection to we do not care. We don't care about your objection.
8-21S is admitted and published.
Thanks, Chicken Shite.
Did detectives
enjoyed
investigate
that.
how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah news station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115?
Okay, just for a second, you guys, can we just talk about the audacity and the unmitigated gall of this woman? Who fills out one of those and asks to be on a show? I'm going to tell you right now, I don't think I would ever.
Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled.
The ward stands on its previous ruling. We do not care.
With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2-115 includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
Hold on, let me go back and read this. Oh, went too far. All right. It says from George to Ida. And here's our correspondence with Kouri.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
All right, from Kouri. Name of person requesting guest appearance, Kouri Richins. Her phone number, email. I'd like to be a guest on. Good, thanks, Utah. Name of the organization you belong to. Self-author. Barely. Is your organization a nonprofit? No. Preferred date range of your appearance? Anytime that works for you guys. Name of the event as it will be displayed on TV. Promoting a child. No apostrophe. A child's book. First date of your event, March 31st, 2023. Time of your event, 8 a.m. Location of your event, at your studio. Are you or anyone who will be appearing our programs running for political office? No. All right. Give us a short summary of your event. Include ticket sales, age limitation, unusual details, etc. I have just written what appears to be the first children's book about losing a parent. My husband passed away last year and we have 3 young boys. I wrote this book to help kids find comfort and peace when losing a parent or anyone close to them. Hold on. I need them to scroll up. Hold on. Excuse my outburst. I should have known Scott was going to enlarge this for us. I wrote this book to help kids find comfort and peace when losing a parent or anyone close to them. I hope to promote it on your show to help parents comfort their children with such a tragic life event. Event website, email, phone number, social media pages. Are you with me? Then she gives a link. Looks like an Amazon link. Hi, Jill. That's amazing news. This is the author. Brace yourselves. Caps, excited, 4 exclamation points. Yes, the book is available on Amazon. Here is the link. Are you with me? Of course, I would love to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting the book, exclamation point. Absolutely, 2 exclamation points. Please let me know if there's anything I can also share, 2 heart emojis. What are next steps, question mark. So happy you reached out. Looking forward to hearing from you. So this is from Jill. Hi, Kouri. We would love to feature your children's book. Look, she used an apostrophe on losing a parent. Is it currently available for purchase? Also, would it be possible for you to share 3 steps on helping kids cope with the loss of a parent in addition to promoting your book? Thank you, Jill. Jill with the correct punctuation. Good job, Jill. No, Nate, they weren't trying to keep the book and the video out. These were objections that were ruled on through motion and limines during the pretrial. All right. This is from Kouri. Good morning, Jill. Yes, I'm available that day. Smiley face. Can you send me the address? I will plan to be there at 9:45 a.m. Can you let me know if there is anything else I should specifically prepare for? Also, how long the conversation will last so I can prepare accordingly? Jill wrote to her. That is great news. We can have you live at our studio in Salt Lake City, closer to the airport, on April 6th. The arrival time would be 9:45 a.m. and you'd be live in the 10 o'clock hour. Are you available on this day? Thank you, Jill. Don't hesitate to reach out with any questions. I am happy to help. Thank you, Jill. What I need 1 week prior to your segment, please hit reply all. Your phone number for producer purposes, who, name of spokesperson who will be on air to max, from, title of spokesperson, topic, segment, title, main message you would like to share with viewers, talking points listed in bullet point form, list props you'll be bringing so we can accommodate setup, pictures/videos to help tell your story, send via email or at this address. Promotion/specials, if any, get blank % off with code blank. Business information, website, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok. Good Things Utah, Hour 2 is live from 10 to 11 a.m. The segment will be filmed live and will be 4 to 5 minutes in length within that hour. Please plan on staying with us until 11 a.m. at the absolute latest. If you have friends and family that would like to watch your segment live, they can watch the local Channel 4, KTVX. Your segment will also be posted to our website and can be found by searching your name. Also, I noticed at the bottom it said to dress business casual. Business casual does not include jeans or Kouri wearing shoes and showing everybody your crusty, dusty heels. And I'm talking about your actual heels on your feet. Like, get a pedicure, use a pumice stone, something. Terrible. Jesse wants to add some information to the form, and that information would be 100% off discount. Code she in jail. We're looking forward to featuring you, blah, 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 and Good Things Utah, Thursday, April 4th or April 6th. She wrote, great. Thank you so much, Jill. Look forward to being there. Blah, blah, blah. Hi, Kouri. Just checking in to see if you could send over your talking points by tomorrow morning. These are her 3 things: connection, continuity, care. No props, only a copy of the book. 50% off with code GTU special. They said bullet point. She used asterisks. I don't know why she did this. Helping children cope. Helping children cope with capitals. Okay. Hi, Jill. I just sent you an email with a photo of the front cover that we can use. Also, Amazon won't approve my discount code I sent you in my previous message. So instead, what I've done is offered a free copy of the book April 30th and May 1st through Amazon Kindle. Hopefully, we can use this. Big smile, big smiley face emoji. I don't even know what the hell this emoji is called because I don't use it. Thank you, Kouri. I'll keep my eye out for the WeTransfer of visuals. See you Thursday. I'm going to call that the giant ass smile, squinty-eyed emoji. That's what I'm going to say. Thank you. Oh, wait, let me do her voice. Thank you. See you tomorrow. Updated our graphic and added the picture. Thank you. See you tomorrow at 9:45 a.m. And then I already read this to you. And here's our correspondence with Kouri.
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website. I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Birdie says, oh, yuck. Thanks for pointing that out, the heels. It is the policy of the ward case studies that nobody suffers alone. And therefore, if I know something that is icky, y'all finna know something that is icky because then nobody suffers alone at the ward. And I could not help but notice that. I'm very sorry. I'll work on my Kouri voice. I can't really nail her voice as much. Gypsy's is way higher. Gypsy's is like, okay, the D is like you can barely understand Gypsy. Her octave is so high.
Scott, 8-37, please.
But I'll work on it, Sarah.
Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
The court and the ward renew their objection.
Do you actually have an authenticity
Hold
objection?
on.
Yes.
Please approach.
He said, do you actually have an authenticity issue? Like, are you just making stuff up now to object? Hopefully when they play the jail calls, I'll be able to really get her voice down. Since this actually worked out kind of good that this happened the way it did because the nuggie won't be here tomorrow, and I think that we'll probably get into those jail calls tomorrow. So hopefully if I hear enough, I'll be able to mimic her. Oh, you know what? We don't have to sit here and watch this. Hold on.
Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please? In the caption to the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption to the photograph.
Oh.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it
Okay.
now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Summit County mom pens new book after unexpected death of husband. She looks completely different here than she does in
Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please.
Oh God, I gotta see this message. Y'all
Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay, overruled. State's Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
Oh my God. There are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri. A devoted wife and adoring mother thought you should know. From Anonymous. Bruh. Yeah, from Anonymous. Oh my God. How petty. Man.
Thank you. Did detectives investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, subpoena was sent to Amazon to
Uh-oh.
request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to the subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March the 21st, 2023?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
She ordered it at 6 in the evening.
Detective is Lisa Darden, Kouri Darden's mother.
Yes, she is.
Let me say something, you guys, really quick, because this is, I forgot about this. All right, let me just say this. I love my children to the moon and back, and I would do anything for them. Anything. Let me tell you what I would not be dumb enough to do. Send some bullshit like that to the fucking popos.
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection to 401, 403. In hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
She did not write her book. Jesse says in the Walk the Dog letter, she asked a friend to leak photos of Eric's sister's kids, even though her own kids' faces would be leaked too. Not sure if adoring mother fits. It does not. It does not. She absolutely did that. And it is abhorrent that you would, in an effort to get back at your sisters-in-law, that you would expose your own children, that you don't care.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
Uh-oh. Why are we approaching? Let's see. This is Kouri's head, going on in Kouri's head currently.
Ah, fuck.
Meanwhile, we're over here like this. Ginny asks, will we get to see Kouri's mom this trial? She's a witness. She's on the defense's list. I don't know if we'll be able to, if they'll call her. See, I don't know. I haven't really, I mean, I guess the defense does intend to put on a defense. So will they call her? I don't know. I mean, remember, Lori had a whole list of people on her witness list. We saw how that went. So who knows? Cartman is my favorite too. I love Cartman.
Detective O'Driscoll, are the bubbles in green Kouri Richins and the bubbles in blue Book Writing Lane?
Yes, that's correct.
And does this lengthy text message exchange?
Bertie says, Gladys Kravitz, that's what my husband calls me. Do you call him Abna? Abna!
Generally depict Kouri Richins engaging Book Writing Lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider the green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to go
my
through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Scott, 2-112, please.
I think I'm going to have to read here in a sec, so let's
Is this
see.
a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is admitted.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
It was just a screenshot of a. Hold on, let me see what it was, so we can see. Oh. It's a screenshot. Maybe they'll show it later because it's not good quality. Kouri says, ha 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 ha. DJ says, what's the book called? Then she shows a cover of it. Kouri says, it turned out so cute. Just something for the boys and to understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. Bruh. When is it on Amazon? Asks DJ. We submit on Thursday to Amazon for review, and they approve 24 to 48 hours, and then it will be live! 4 exclamation points. So I'm thinking Monday. I'll have the final draft tomorrow night! Exclamation point. Awesome. So proud of you, says DJ. Thanks, bro. I'm excited. I don't really feel like it's real until I have an official copy through, though. So we will see. I really just want to understand the book process, so I'm ready to go. I have already spoke to a writer for my book, ... I'm debating starting it now, ... and they can stay on quite a few chapters before all this is over just to get a jump start, ... Not sure. You have not already spoke to a writer, Miss Author. I have already spoken, idiot. Oh, and they can start on quite a few chapters before all this is over, just to get a jump start, ... Not sure, ... Murrah. I'm not even going to try to do her voice. Just going to be snarky about it. That's the vibe today. DJ asks, what's something like that cost, assuming you have to alternate names? So the kids' book wasn't bad at all, assuming everything turns out the way it's supposed to, cost $2,500. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. I also want to talk to my attorney about other precautions to take to avoid a lawsuit from them for defamation or if changing names is enough. That book will be expensive. Just for the ghostwriter to write the manuscript, 130 pages is $5,000. I'm assuming it will be closer to 250 pages. So $10,000 for the manuscript. This lady does payment plans, so you just pay per month as it's being worked on. Total time, 2 to 4 months. I might just start my recordings now and wait to sign up until May when more money comes in, hopefully. LOL. When was the date of this? Let me look. So these are from 2/28/2023. Spoiler alert, by May of 2023, she was in jail. Derek says, did book launch? Or DJ said, sorry, did book launch? Kouri said, not yet, ... I made some last minute changes, ... They will get the changes back to me today, ... And then hopefully Friday. I had them add this picture in the beginning, ... Oh, she's annoying with the ... Good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm. That's on March 1st, 2023, that he said that. Thank you, 4 exclamation points. You can log on and watch if you want to, 2 o'clock.
Scott, 2-113, please.
I don't know, Brandy Lee. Probably, I would imagine that any money that's being made from the sales of the book go into a trust until the trial is over.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
She's so rude. All right, it says, what's the name of the book? Where are you? No. It's not on Amazon yet. Okay. I will let you know. Haha, no, my title is Are You With Me? Ha ha ha, IDK what I was thinking. Where is ya? Working in office.
Scott, 2-114, please.
Isn't that her mom right there?
Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
Brandy, I don't know. She's a famous author, though. You know what we need? We need a overruled overlay.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay. We don't need the instruction. Thank you.
Overruled.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute? Understood. I misread it. Okay. Zoom back out so I can see the number. My apologies. Defendant's objections to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Yay, yay! Yep, think Carter Kouri sounds better. Oh. How much do you make per book? Haha, it sounds way better. Oh my God, they would die. It would be so funny. Yes, it would. So on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book through, and I'll make $10 a book. Nice. Yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. Wow, it's good to have a goal.
Your Honor, may we approach on a legal issue?
Of course.
Green, will you visit me in jail? Blue, I'm good. Jesse. I do have a meme. It's one of the Dr. Fish from SpongeBob, and it's the Dr. Fish is saying, "Sit your clown ass down." Did I say, I think it said 100, yeah, 50 mil, half a mil, yeah. That's what she thought. That's what she thought. See how her business acumen is caca, and I think that it stems from her inability to math. Like, it's nice to have a dream, right? Like, I don't want to take anybody's dream away from them or anything like that, but you got to be realistic about it, you know? No, neat. Well, yeah, I like, are you using Canva? Because all you need to do is just change the size. So instead of I think a emoji is a 5-to-1 ratio. I think a YouTube thumbnail, which is what an overlay basically is, it's the same. I want to say that it's 1260 by 1920, or the other way around, 1920 by 1260. I think I can make it. It's no biggie. You don't have to do it, babe. But it just made me think we need overruled. Let me make one right now. Give me just one moment. Let's see. Hold on, I think I have an idea. I think I have an idea. Give me just a second. This might actually be one of my better ones. All right, let's see.
Folks, a short restroom break, please.
Oh my God.
Please rise for the jury.
Hold on a sec. Uh-oh. There's some chatter over at the defense table. I am aware of that.
Have a seat, folks.
I'm like a damn demon.
Ms. Nestor.
Yes, sir.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation.
That's
Okay.
fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you.
What?
Court's in recess.
Not to worry, you guys. Not to worry. Hold on. Just give me one tiny little second. One tiny little second. Oh, hold on. Hold on. All right, I can fast forward. Let me just go back
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
a few seconds. It's just,
500.
yeah, there wasn't anything.
Ms. Nestor, anything before we invite the jury back in?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. All right, have a seat. Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Detective, did your investigation eventually lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Bonsavage was also in drug court with her, and that they were pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Bonsavage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Bonsavage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Bonsavage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. and he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry, a moment. Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant for Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please? Sir, is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R, an accurate depiction of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a photograph of a C&E hat that you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E stonemasonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Did you and Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber. He knew that she had a history of self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
Sorry, I just wanted to point out that the judge said oof. All right, hang on. Let me download this for you guys real quick. All right, let's see. All right. That judge, oh, judge. He said, oof. Hold on. Okay. I mean, it kind of does look like a murder board, but it was Carmen's. That was in Carmen's room. Okay, hold on. Let me get this for you guys. Hold on. It's going to show, so I don't know how it's going to look, but we'll just test it out while we're waiting here. What do we think, guys? This is our new overruled. Let me know what you guys think. Yeah, this, I mean, if anything, what I appreciate about it is that it backs up what Carmen said, that she was feeling guilty, and that it was a lot to process. And I think that substantiates it. I knew you'd appreciate that. What did I do to it? Distressed. Do you guys remember back in the day when they used to give you a little golden book in a Happy Meal? Do you remember that? That was a long time ago. But I do remember that, and the book smelled like McDonald's, which used to smell good. Now it does not. Chicky Nuggy calls it Old McDonald's. We don't need Old McDonald's in this house anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Detective O'Driscoll's testimony, give it whatever weight you see fit.
Once again, overruled.
So in addition to what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation, upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct. That was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her drug court, which would put her on the hook for, I believe, multiple felony charges of distribution that she was in drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal, in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes. There was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering detail of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
Did Carmen Lauber initially inform you that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit that I know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we asked her more questions and got more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Yes.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you. Only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details, in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper and deeper the more we talked to her. We kept stressing we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need, and it just kept going from there.
Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023, and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes, I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was. Yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step, iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete picture of what her involvement was.
Did those interviews total about 10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead, Diddy.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
Overruled. You may answer.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
So, as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. and we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
Defense counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber, "Can you guys write it down and I will sign it?" What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process, so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block, so she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for online? Uh, 8-58R, as ruled on by the court on the record, is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
That's because he didn't deserve it. Like, it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm getting at.
No, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurting, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
Totally
But I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know the personal situation.
Totally agreed.
I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're going to need you to really settle down and maybe even take a pad and paper
Even if I get
and try to write out
tomorrow,
some
whatever,
details.
we meet again, I can go through
Well, we're going to
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm
I
saying?
can do
These details that you're giving us are kind of hazy.
that. That's because it's to me.
And it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, it was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
should
is
reach
a
out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and
investigation.
say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying we're going to need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with
Yeah.
Kouri. That the details about everything we've been talking about are going to be important.
Right.
The homicide investigation.
Oh, God, that sounded good.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Yeah.
Not just you to think about. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
So right now we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember.
And my favorite number, everything I just told you, I probably won't remember what order I told you in.
It's okay. And that's fine, because you know what? We want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why
remember.
I can't remember.
Even if it's like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was
Like I said, I
snow on the ground.
remember there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March?
Or April.
Is it March 15th?
Yeah.
So,
It was dark, because I had to pull, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
so what
Maps, I wanna
time of
say.
the day was it? I mean, if it was dark,
It was towards the
5:30.
evening.
So, afternoonish evening?
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
To see the fire pit or?
Mm-hmm. So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit.
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say this is the house. And if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway, the slant, and then it was it wasn't a big fire pit, like, it was a tiny fire pit. It wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people build.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big. It wasn't a big, deep one.
A shallow one.
Real, yeah. Like, I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose? Did it have rubber bands around it? Was it in a bag? Envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the fire pit again. Like that, so.
So I have a question, thinking about all your communications with Kouri. Do you know
Aaron,
how
can we
text
pause it for
messages
just one
say-
moment?
Sure.
What's the problem, Nestor?
Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach.
I just would like to say that I created a chat goal for every time Nestor objects, just for funsies, no pressure. Miss Lewis, what's the problem? Why are you up there? I thought Nestor was taking care of this. What happened? Did she tag you in? What's going on here? I'm confused. Also, Miss Nestor, you might want to mute your mic because I can hear you. Can't quite make out what you're saying, but I'm sure if I were to go to one of my editing programs, I should say, because they're not an app, I definitely could enhance that audio. Oh, Miss Nestor decided, I guess I better go up as they're leaving.
Scott, please proceed.
God.
On the phone, maybe in a cloud, maybe anything like that.
I wouldn't even know how to operate a cloud.
Okay. Would it be in your phone?
I have no idea.
Like
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
Or did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told. You guys-
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know,
you
look
can see
at
on your
those
phone.
things. I mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it. I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We're going to need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and this is going to be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your 2 first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40% portion for the second, for 7 years. The only exception to that, and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with, is if you can help us out with this.
And by help, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Carmen. I'm not
that
trying
is
to...
way more of my...
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out, okay? Because this is a long process.
And this is a good thing, and this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you. So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because,
It's nothing funny
well,
about
this
it.
second part is, it looks like you guys figured out how and when people were going to test, looking at your text messages, you and Bon Savage.
We just know it's
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm catching what you're throwing, believe me.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm
screwing
going
around.
to do whatever because I have struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind,
Well, that's the only way you get
my
people out
past.
of your life.
Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number.
Just so you know, yes, Nate, that is them whispering.
Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court, my
Mr.
sister
Las
had
Vegas,
it.
Troy.
Don't call him. Yes. Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you know, you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
I
think you need to
like, even my daughter's
get
on
out of
board.
here and start
And
over.
and he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want to be gone. Like, I want to leave Heidi's house. I want talk to nobody in my life. I don't.
We have some hurdles here.
And that's why I said I no longer want to work for the Kouris. Doreen, sorry. Doreen Kouri. I don't want. I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Right.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't. Like, I don't even know if it was because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago. But I want to say it was the Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells you.
I want to say maybe she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because
And so tell me how that would have been said. Because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did either. Like I said,
I knew it was
Googled
drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
I can look it up.
Look it up because I'm curious too. But
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was a couple of There was
There was
several
one,
transactions. Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but, okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, oh, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen,
But it's
I
so
just want you, I want you to know that if you're gonna work with us here, in
It
order
would
for you
be
to
so
be
easier if you
credible.
had like pieces that we can, like blueprints.
You're
yeah.
the biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good news is that big piece helps you out
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
You hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric. He
at
was
this
a
point.
damn good dude and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally. He did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. But there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother. You know,
Oh, and I get
don't know
that.
what Kouri's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now, and that's everybody else is fucking suffering. Like them
that's
little
what
boys
it appears.
love their daddies.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his prized possession. Them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time, or he worked so much. But you know what? At the end of the night, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need you to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it. McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or 2.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
But can we get it cleared up this week?
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you and your cell because then everybody's going to be like, what's that?
Yeah. Can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no. That doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Okay, so there's the big, hullabaloo about, can you just write it and I sign it? It's because she didn't. To me, it sounds like she didn't want to take it back to her cell. I don't know.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor at the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation. And he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please? Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing. You've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't priority.
Right.
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just thought thinking though, that made it.
Well, that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not gonna, like, give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not gonna say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized with the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not gonna charge you.
With nothing?
No.
Okay.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023 pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott Exhibit 2-66, please. You just scroll through that real quick.
Your Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
No, what are you doing? How? What, you don't need to speak to him? Didn't you guys speak enough this morning? So annoying. No, you don't need to speak to him. Lady. She is very annoying.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You better now, Nestor? Oh no, babe, I don't think they're gonna be stipulating
Detective, is this
any
an
of
accurate
this.
depiction of a portion of that orange notebook?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been rolled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
All right, so it reads, the day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston A. Bailey while I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. That afternoon/evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and at about 9, they climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. Ow. Around 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone. At that point, he said, let's go have a celebration drink. The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here, and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went into the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for a Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. He was going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking, made our way back to our room and made our way back to our room and brushed our teeth. As we both climbed in bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed, said I love you and good night, and I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring and I finally fell asleep. March 4th, 2022, 3:20 a.m. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl back in my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed and put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy. Is the only word I can think to describe. You're an author and heavy is the only word. Okay. It was heavy is the only word I can think to describe it. So I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale/yellow, mouth open. An urge came over me that this wasn't good. I grabbed my phone, called 911. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking to dispatch. She had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR compressions until the EMT arrived. They immediately took over, getting out their fibrillator and started compressions. The worst part of all of it was when they were pumping his lungs and blood was everywhere. It's like on replay in my head, and it won't go away. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed and cried and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream. Fading in and out of the moment hoping to go back to the night before where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly upset. That's redundant. He could see I was visibly upset. If he could see, that's the visible, and couldn't function. He took me to the living room and had me sit down. I couldn't. I paced back and forth and hold on a minute. Back and forth. Hold on. Until an officer came out and asked if, sorry, you guys, that court TV thing is in the way. And he asked if there was someone I would like to call. Okay, first of all, that's a lie. Let me just say this. That's not accurate. We watched the things. She was sitting down. I called my mom back to back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees, praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I lost it. I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. I don't recall that. During all of this, my kids had woken up and I had quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what had seemed hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them. At this point, I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started to say what happened, but I had no answer for. I have no idea. I cannot make that out. I love you. Good night. I went and slept with Ashton and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I called Gene is it was about 3:45, 4 a.m. by this time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. Oh gosh. March 7th, picked up truck. March 12th, Cody cleaned out garage. March 14th, Cody took computers. March 4th, Eric passes away. March 5th, friends, Bryce, Chelsea, Allie Kay, Bree, Ronnie, Amy, sleep over, have a few drinks and reminisce. We laughed, we cried, we danced all night. Earlier in the afternoon, Katie mentioned a green folder and asked if I knew where it was. I mentioned I didn't know what she was talking about. She quickly changed the subject and said we would figure this out. March 6th, I call locksmith to open safe. I wonder when she wrote this. To look for this green folder Katie was talking about. The safe code had been changed and I couldn't open it. Bryce, Amy, Chelsea, Allie, Bree, Ronnie slept over. Amy tried to stop me from opening it. Blank and the cops were called. Uh-oh. March 8th. I think we fought and the cops were called is what's there. March 8th, met with funeral home, signed. March 11th, funeral. March 22nd, in the third person, Kouri starts counseling. March 26th, boys start counseling. April 11th, Detective Woody called and said to talk on, she wanted to talk on the 12th or 13th. Sky and asked if we could talk on the 12th or 13th. Sky told me to tell her the 14th. April 13th, search warrant on house. March 28th, filed first complaint against the trust for the house. May 3rd, filed for partial summary judgment on C&E. January 10th, Woody calls Chels in for an interview. January 12th, Chels goes in for interview, is lied to that she was the last person I talked to that night. Kouri, you have the penmanship of a serial killer. It's terrible. Chels checks phone records. We never spoke that night. January 13th, Jim drives red truck for oil change. Cody finds out and goes to get it. July 17th, 2022, find out about the private investigator. He was outside at my neighbor's while Carter's 10th birthday party was happening. September 7th, Amy driving by the house trying to take pictures. November 22nd, Katie files motion to bring boys in on case. November 30th, first court hearing. Let's see. Katie and Amy would not turn on camera. Judge reschedules court for March 2nd to determine if kids need to be involved and if the PI has to follow subpoena and give us all his info. November 7th, Amy is served subpoena. January 3rd, Mike M gets, I think it's Melrose, gets interviewed. November 23rd, 2022, I find out Eric had been consulting divorce attorney. Oh, gosh. Yes, Nate, I was noticing that too. The Sancho, bless his heart, he didn't make the list. I can't figure out what she's trying to do, insinuating Gene.
Detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
Oh my God. Eric Holmes, 6 to 6:30, fighting with Mexican, drink in bed. He drank half, brushed his teeth, was in bed. After brushed mine, talked through the doorway. Moscow Mules, lemon water, vodka, rum. January through March 21st, gone. Funeral, didn't have my phone. Kids, bed around 9. Drink around 9 p.m. In bed around 9:30, 9:45. I laid down. Instant. Instant heard Ashton, went in, came back at 3. Mom call. Okay, I think this makes sense now. I think yesterday Ivy Lisa asked me about having a drink in bed, and I think this is why this was kind of, I can see why that would be confusing. Because it does sort of sound like she's trying to say drink in bed, but I think she was saying drink, then in bed. You know what I mean? Like there were two separate incidents.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please. January 5th, 20. Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Your Honor, can we have just one moment, please?
Is anyone keeping a tally of how many times she's interrupted, objected? I don't know if this is half an objection or a preamble to an objection. We got to think about it. Then we might object.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
What are the other people? Well, I don't understand what's going on with this because, quite frankly, they knew this was coming.
It's okay, Your Honor. No objection
I
at
really
this time.
see you, babe.
State moves to admit and publish 2-17D.
2-17D is admitted.
There's a guy down here that is going to buy the sheep tag from Tog next year, and he tried to get the tag for me today, and I said I was crazy for not shooting this ram we saw. He wasn't even that big. There's this again. This is from Eric. Oh, wait, no. Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. This is Kouri. Kouri said, how much money you got, bro? I'll sell it for $15K. Hey, ... While you're wrong, you're sitting there doing nothing, ... Need your opinions, ! I know this may change with Jeff said, ... But for now, I have to put together an analysis for Matt, ! Which is what I'm doing now because he has an investor that is thinking he will come in at the full 2.9. I need estimated costs on the following: exterior work, HVAC, plumbing, electrical, flooring, painting, sheetrock, pool, miscellaneous equipment, VR and golf, tile, cabinets, appliances, light fixtures, finish work, landscaping. Add up to $4 million. He knows these are guesses, but wants a breakdown. Eric says, I have no idea. I would be way off just trying to guess. Okay, there's a GIF. That's an empty file. I don't know what that was. Eric says, it's bedtime. Why are you still up? I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. Well, I think it will come out to about $6 million. Oh my God. Never mind. Never midden. Then she corrects to never mind. Because nobody could crack that code. To fix all the rotted plywood and everything else, $125,000. Exterior work, $650,000. HVAC, $200,000. Plumbing, $200,000. Electrical, $200,000. Flooring, $250,000. Painting, $150,000. Sheetrock, $150,000. Pool, $300,000. Miscellaneous climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulator, $600,000. Tile, $125,000. Cabinets, $150,000. Appliances, $100,000. Light fixtures, $50,000. Finish work, $200,000. And landscaping and driveway and pulling the sewer and electrical, $250,000. Not sure what that adds up to, but that's my best guess. Maybe this isn't an emoji. Y'all see this over here? It was on the text messages between Kouri and Josh too. I need to know what that is. That's bothering me. Thank you, kind sir. 2 exclamation points. That's what I needed. Go to bed. 2 exclamation points. Love you. From Eric. There's attachments. It's not, you can't see it. Love you. Good night. Exclamation point from Kouri. Add 250,000 more in the driveway and landscape. All right, hold on a second. Okay, cool. 3 exclamation points. Done. 1 exclamation point. 4,450,000. Still not bad. All in. 7.35. Sell for 14 million to be safe. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have time for this project. Time to do this project. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have time to do this project. That's fine. He said he knows it's a guess for now. No, we're not doing it, but Matt doesn't finance anything without an analysis to give to his investors. They want to see some sort of numbers.
Scott 2-37D, please.
See, that's what it looked like to me. But when was it put there? Because it doesn't look like your typical emoji, right?
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
Oh, crap. Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Give me a second. I accidentally unshared it instead of clicking the tab. My bad, my bad. I'll get us right back. Don't worry. All right, hang on. Hold on. Give me just 1 second, you guys. I'll get us right back. All right. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to hit that button. All right, here we go.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a March 2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot. I can't. Celebratory shot tonight. 2 exclamation points. I got to do all this final paperwork this morning because everyone is funding tomorrow, exclamation point. And then I promised Virginia I would go on a walk with her 1 to 2 because we didn't have time yesterday. I'm sorry. 2 exclamation points. Okay, love ya. Love you. 2 exclamation points.
I want to turn now to some other text messages. Scott 2-71R, please.
Yeah, for real. Chicken shite, not accounting for all the swamp permits. For real, for real. So Neat says, isn't it just one of those weird marks you get when the receiver doesn't have the same emojis as the sender or what they default to when you forward from an Apple to an Android or vice versa? Usually it's a box with an X, but who would they have forwarded it to because they both had iPhones? I don't know. It's just bothering me. I need to know these things. Probably means absolutely nothing.
Depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Did Eric ever talk about suicide? Not suicide specifically. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like when he would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing. Okay, to put this into context, because I yelped out loud very loudly, this is from May 24th, 2023. These are jail messages, just so you know, just to refresh. Say, because it's the tablet here.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 2-72R? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden?
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
No objection.
5-72R is admitted.
Okay, cool. Oh, okay, cool, Hayden. Who's that? The guy that worked for us? Kouri says, yes. That's weird about what? I hardly even know him. Oh, wait, this is Kouri. This is her mother. I'm sorry. That's weird about what? I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. Another one wanting 15 minutes of fame. Oh, God. Ha.
It's 5 or 2, I'm sorry.
Sorry, 2.
2.
2-72R. Yes.
That's, sorry about that.
There, THERE. Wow.
Detective, I'd like to turn now to some phone calls. Scott, can I get 2-76 and 2-76T?
Are we going to get to hear
1 second, detective.
the calls?
The detective can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording of an August 22, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and Lisa Darden?
The transcript is does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this telephone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You will also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are admitted.
Picked up the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. False. Bailey was there. Like, and that's what I put. Yeah. That's what I put. God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking story? Well, you know, it makes sense to them. So they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell? Yes. God, look at this psycho. Here's a poisoned sandwich I give you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day. Like, what the fuck? Mom, just his truck. Huh? On the seat of his truck is what it said. What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're going to feel so stupid. And that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie. That did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your beliefs. Right. You know, so I'm just like, you know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, those Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this.
But there
They
again,
still
you
go
have
through anyway. And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor.
So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note.
Oh my gosh, what the hell?
And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him. It is so fucking sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, you believe that I believe this.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not. He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions answered. I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T? Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022?
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
Same instruction, Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Erica's sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison?
Oh my God, I know. It's like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, no, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
Like, that's not at all what happened.
I didn't
Where the
believe
fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No!
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, no. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Scott, Exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
I have trouble reading it, I'm sorry. 86, Walker.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for one moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
Okay.
Ooh, we're getting the walk the dog letter. She does not want, the defense absolutely does not want this in. We read this last week during the lunch break, and this is very not good for Kouri. This looks horrible. Oh, excuse me. Ah. It's so hard to scooch this chair on the carpet. I need like one of those plastic things that goes over carpet. You know what I'm talking about? So I can have ease of scooching. This is a hard scooch. Let's see. We're enough behind. I believe we can skip. Oh, they're really talking.
I can ask it again.
Okay.
All right.
Do you remember the question, Detective O'Driscoll?
I can ask it again.
Okay, please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-86R.
Uh-oh.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay.
All those objections were?
R is admitted and published.
Overruled.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Oh!
Page 1. Walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught. He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That way, if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion. Reword this however he needs to make the point, just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done. Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged. Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL. Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good. We're so close to the end, let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there, we're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins' former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it, while it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much. All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next
Okay.
week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular. All right. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right? And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right, about his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Yes. Right?
Hold on, any other objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
That's what the document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go to Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag at the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was verified in this courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So at least someone in your investigation.
Okay, I just caught this. All right. And I want to see if you guys caught it too. She asked in the letter, she says, before they would board. Right? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but before they would board seems like past security. So let me ask you this, Ms. Nestor, if that be the case, what is the point of putting the pills in Kouri's bag past security before they board? See, that's why this doesn't make sense. If this really happened, then the way that the story would go is when we got to the airport or before security, right? Because before we board makes no sense. Right? And am I hearing that correctly? Am I crazy? I mean, I know I'm crazy, but am I right on this?
Investigation did at least suggest Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So
it was Hawaii.
At least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of highlight the bottom half for me. All right, there's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of
like-
2023.
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So, no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please, thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, Foundation. That's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
We'll use the
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find the section in there about where he kept his drugs? Let's see. Yep. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them. Isn't that what that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck so I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. The never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie, right?
What is your question? Yes, I can see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Cody emptied I'm sorry, it's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Cody in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, Foundation. I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Cody come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes, I sat in the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay. All right, let's take that down. Now, I want to go back to oh, by the way, just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter, to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator. Thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that, you did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip. Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip at Carmen's house, correct?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case?
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil, and then smoking it, typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but from
I'm from the 80s. I'm old, so you probably don't know that term. But
from my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke, on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Thank you, RJ, who says, can I just do this when she's annoying and rude? Yes, you may, of course. And thank you very much for supporting me and the channel. I appreciate it. Here we go.
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that they got fentanyl out of her trash that day, right?
No, I don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all, or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who was you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant for Kouri and Eric's cell phones?
Oh. It's been just as long for me as everybody else. So I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview...
Objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope.
Sustained.
Can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
That's what I have in my head. Chicken shite. White lines. And then when Duran Duran redid it, something like a phenomenon, telling your buddy to come along, 'cause white lines blow away.
Free.
All right, so we are going to leave that topic alone and we're going to move forward, okay?
Okay.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of April of 2023, shortly after you were assigned to the case, you also looked at extracted Kouri's cell phone, did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
Right. And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is. I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your objection, a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you
lay a little foundation?
Sure, I'm glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date.
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched up.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a.
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on timing.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yes, Your Honor.
signposts?
Shortly after Chelsea was interviewed, the time with you and the follow-up time, did she file a complaint against your
No,
office?
that's the problem. Can you break it down one at a time? They're two
moment.
different events.
Just a moment.
Okay, I understand now, Your Honor.
I'm going to get specific about timing.
Okay.
I think that'll solve the problem. Prior to your interview of Chelsea, was Chelsea asked to come in by Detective Woody? When you reviewed the file, were you aware that there had been a previous interview with Chelsea?
I don't know if it was when I reviewed the file, but I was aware that Chelsea had come in for an interview, and that was prior to when I talked to her.
You're right. And after that interview with Detective Woody, did Chelsea file a complaint about being misled when she was brought in?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Help me out. I'm not sure where we're headed.
Your Honor, do you think it's relevant?
Why don't you approach for a moment?
Okay.
That's the best legal argument I've heard all week. Your Honor, we think it's relevant. Also, I just put in chat the Duran's cover of White Lines. Jonah's mom, hey babe, I slept through most of this afternoon's testimony because Jonah woke me up before 3 a.m. I woke up right before the walk the dog letter. Did anything earth-shattering come from Carmen's testimony? No. No. Not at all. All they wanted to do was pin her down because she wrote a letter to the judge because she wanted to be able to go and She wanted to go and visit her boyfriend in Vegas, and she told the judge that she had 100% complied with the terms of her probation supervision, they call it. And at the end of the day, she did get in trouble because she was at a concert and she had purchased some alcohol, and that's a violation, and she was a few minutes late on her curfew of 9 p.m., and that was it. It did not move the needle one way or the other. It proved absolutely nothing except for how petty the
Ms. Nestor,
defense
if you'd ask
is.
your next question, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. And in addition to you interviewing Chelsea at her home in Heber sometime in mid-April, you also interviewed a close friend of Eric named Jake, right?
Yes.
All right.
Jake Sorensen.
And then you, at the end of April, is when Mr. Bloodworth said on April 26th, when you got the warrant and executed the warrant on Carmen Lauber's house, right?
We executed a warrant on Carmen Lauber's residence on April 26, 2023.
Right. So between April 11th or end of March, when you first joined the case, and April 26th of 23, you possibly got a warrant for cell phones. You extracted Kouri's phone, interviewed Chelsea and Jake. And then that's when the seizure happened at Carmen's house, right?
I'm not sure what you're referencing about the April 11th date.
That's the date on your report when you were assigned to the case. So that's the date I've been using. But if you remember earlier.
That's the date that I wrote the report?
No. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not, if you remember it was the end of March, we'll go with that. That's fine. I'll
I said
use the end of March.
but
Okay. And then you search Carmen's house, and then the next day is when we saw the interview that you had with Carmen at the jail, right?
yes, so Carmen's home was searched on April 26th. That same day, she was arrested for driving on suspended license. And then the next day was the first time that we spoke with her at the Wasatch County Jail.
So first, the search of her house. Was any fentanyl located in her house at all?
No.
No. Then when you go to interview her, do you know what time of the night or the day she was pulled over for driving with the suspended license?
It was in the morning.
And what time of day did you see her on the 27th?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I would have to look at the timestamp on the video of the interview.
And I watched the interview, but I never saw anyone ask her if she was under the influence while you were interviewing her. Did anyone ever ask her that question?
I don't remember. I don't think so, but I don't remember.
And is it fair to say in that first interview, before any promises have been made about leniency or anything, Carmen denied ever being asked for fentanyl by Kouri Richins?
Yeah, I testified earlier that drug dealers, in my experience, when you interview them, will initially...
Well, let me stop you. I'm asking about Carmen, not other drug dealers. I'm asking about Carmen Lauber. Did she deny ever being asked by Kouri Richins for fentanyl?
Yeah, as most other drug dealers also do when I interview them.
And did she share with you a personal tragedy that her daughter had OD'd on fentanyl?
Yes.
And did she tell you that because of that, she didn't mess with fentanyl?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I think she's asking about statements from the prior interview. Let me ask a more specific question. Do you mind approaching for a moment?
No, I don't think she helped. I only heard Kouri on that 911 call until it wasn't a paramedic. I think it was an officer got there. But I only heard Kouri on that 911 call. I don't think her mom helped her. No, not then.
The objection is overruled. Ms. Nestor, you're next. Did you get an answer to that question? I'm not sure you did.
I'm not sure I did either, so let me ask it again. Did Ms. Lauber tell you that because of what happened to her daughter tragically, that she did not mess with fentanyl? She didn't deal with it?
I believe those were her words, yes.
Right. And as a matter of fact, the first people that ever injected the word fentanyl into any conversation with Carmen Lauber were you and the other investigating officers, correct? It came out of y'all's mouth first, not hers.
Objection, Your Honor, argument.
Overruled. If you understand what she's referring to by y'all, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I did it
I'm still
again.
focused on the previous question because I thought there was going to be a follow-up question about my impression.
No. So the first people that mentioned fentanyl in the interview were law enforcement, not Ms. Lauber, correct?
Yeah, I believe so. Because I think we told her in that first interview that while investigating Eric Richins, we told them that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that he had died of a fentanyl overdose.
All right. And then you went back and interviewed her again and again and again, right?
5 more distinct separate interviews.
And I believe that I wrote this in quotes because I try to be precise. I believe that when we were listening to the recording, and the jury will, I trust the jury's memories on this, but the phrase, "you're the biggest piece," right? That was said.
Yep.
And that meant you're the biggest piece of this puzzle. right?
In context, I'm trying to remember what was said before that. I think there was a Miss Carmen, or I'm sorry, Miss Lauber made a reference to, can we just like put all of the pieces together in front of us so that we can see how it happened?
Actually,
And
it
then
wasn't can we, it was can you put the pieces
Okay.
together for me, correct?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. And then go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, and so in context, yeah, we said, yeah, you're the biggest piece of that set of information that we're trying to figure out.
And you also, and I wrote this in quotes, and hopefully the jury will recall this the way I do, you hold all the cards.
Yeah, as in she had all the information that we didn't know.
And we saw her struggling and telling you repeatedly that she could not recall dates, she could not remember certain things. Is that right?
She told us several times that she had difficulty remembering, and that
I'm
the
so
more,
sorry.
and that the more that we brought to her and showed her things that were corroborated, the more she remembered and the better recollection she had.
And then within less than a few days of when she finally gave you what you needed, that there was fentanyl involved in her transactions, within a few days is when you issued the warrant to arrest Kouri, right?
We interviewed Carmen between April 27th and May 13th. The warrant for Kouri's arrest was issued by 3rd District Court on May 8th.
But when was it requested? May 3rd? Does that refresh your
I
memory?
don't request arrest warrants.
You signed, you're right, that's done by the county attorney's office, correct?
They filed charges in the case and requested an arrest warrant. We were made aware of it on May 8th.
Within days of Carmen Lauber agreeing with you that fentanyl was involved.
May 8th falls between April 27th and May 13th, yes.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about your investigation into. Oh, by the way, let me back up. Since you have become the lead investigator in this case, have you ever located the hydrocodone bottle that was found on the nightstand next to Eric?
Can you define located? I know where it's been at certain points throughout the investigation.
Okay.
But we don't currently have it in our possession right now.
That's all I need. I want to talk about the Valentine's Day investigation. All right?
Okay.
Katie, can you bring up, just for the witness only, Your Honor, Exhibit 3-13D as in Delta? Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes. It states Exhibit 3-13D.
And is it fair to say that this exhibit is a visual clip of the locations where Eric was on February the 14th of 2022 based on geolocation in his phone?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
I don't know whether this witness would have the basis to know that, so sustained for now, if you can lay some
I
foundation.
understand what you're asking. As you've been preparing for this case, have you been reviewing the demonstrative exhibits that the state prepared to get ready for trial?
Not all of them, and not this one. I've just seen it in court.
Okay. Did you, as the head investigator of this case, investigate Eric's whereabouts on the days of February 14th, 2022?
Yes, in the sense that Mr. Kotradimos, the digital forensics expert that the county hired, helped us in the analysis of the phones, and he at some point told us the data that was in the phone regarding Eric's location on the 14th.
All right. So without revealing anything that Mr. Kostradimos said, what did you learn about Eric's locations that informed how you acted in the future in your investigation?
Objection, Foundation. I don't know how he would know that without hearsay.
Well, it's possible that he heard it prior to being in court, and to the extent that is to inform what he did next, we can accept it not for the truth of the matter. Shall we proceed in that way?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's see what the response is.
Go ahead.
Just so I'm clear, you're asking if I'm aware of Eric Richins' location on February 14th?
Yes.
Just based on
The whole
digital
investigation.
evidence?
Yep, and the whole investigation, whatever you did.
Your question was at least tied in some way to Mr. Kostradimos.
Okay, we'll start with that. So based on your working with Mr. Kostradimos, looking at the digital evidence that you went through in this case, do you have a knowledge of Eric's locations on February 14th of 2022?
Maybe pause for a minute. We
Yes.
take this approach for a minute.
Oh my God. Hold on. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit my mic. Let's skip. Kelly, we never see anybody change the drinking glass because they get the drinking glass from, hold on, let me make this bigger. I'll show you. I'm going to take your comment down. The drinking glasses are right here, but there's also over by the clerk who swears everybody in. There's like a water cooler. So I feel like that is what happens, and the bailiff gets them the water. Very efficient. Very.
May it please the court?
Please.
Did you receive information from Mr. Kostradimos about Eric's locations on February 14th, 2022 that informed your investigation in any way?
I believe so. The truth is I don't remember 100% for sure if and when I knew about location data from Eric's device throughout the investigation. I would have to go back and review reports, especially Mr. Kostradimos' reports.
Can we, Your Honor,
I just don't remember.
Can we see if this document refreshes your memory as to that?
This one or different
Yes. Can we go through the pages very slowly and give him a minute to see if it refreshes his recollection?
Oh, for the love of Pete. Go through it very
Objection,
slowly.
Foundation. I think we're at the same spot we started with a few minutes ago.
Well, we're showing different pages. He testified that he'd never seen the first one prior to being in the court. It's unclear whether that's true for the remaining pages that the witness is being shown right now. I imagine we're about to find out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you need us to do it again, or did you see them all?
Yeah, I saw it.
Does that refresh your recollection about Mr. Richins' locations on February 14th, or what you knew about them?
It doesn't. This demonstrative Mr. Kostradimos created, and the first time I saw any of these slides was in the court. And like I said, he may have shared that information during our investigation. I just don't remember.
Okay. So Ms. Richins is here today on charges that she attempted to kill her husband on February 14th of 2022. Is that right? One of the charges.
I believe so, yes.
And you're the head investigator of this case.
Yes.
Did you take any steps to confirm or deny Mr. Richins' movements on the day of February 14th of 2022 when he was allegedly a murder was attempted on his life?
Our team did. We hired an expert in digital forensics.
So what do you know about his locations on that day?
That's what I'm saying. What I know and what I remember are probably two different things. What I knew at some point throughout the investigation is that Mr. Kostradimos probably found whatever location data was available on his phone and shared that with investigators. I just don't remember the contents of what those said.
So as you sit here right now under oath in a homicide trial, you cannot tell this jury what Mr. Richins did on the day he was allegedly attempted to be murdered. You can't tell them. That's
Foundation, Your Honor, the question is you can't say what Mr. Richins did. there's no foundation for that.
Your Honor, that's not
It's
the
a
question I
post-relocation
asked.
discussion.
General, I'm sorry, counsel, just ask a more precise question. And if it needs to be 3 more precise questions, that's fine.
Thank you, I will.
The foundation objection is sustained.
You cannot say under oath what your investigation showed about where Mr. Richins was on the day that someone apparently attempted to murder him.
I could after a 2-minute conversation with the digital forensics expert that we hired because I just don't retain that information well.
So you don't know.
I don't remember.
You don't know right now, and we're in trial right now. Do you know right now?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked it and answered.
I'll withdraw.
That one was a little overrated and sustained.
I'll withdraw.
What a. Okay, like that was ridiculous. He said that's not what he's. I mean, look. Is there a lead investigator? Always. Yeah. You know, somebody's always in charge. Okay. And they know an overview of the case, but there are some things that are precise that they might not remember completely. And he's only told you 11 billion times, ma'am, that he doesn't remember and he can't testify to it right now. That doesn't mean he didn't ever know. It just means he doesn't remember right now. Why don't you cut him some slack, ho? So rude. Where is my thing? No, just a minute. We need a moment. I need a moment. Hold on a minute. Where's the Nene? Here we go. All right, I'm okay.
Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator.
I love Star Wars. That is all. And anybody else who loves Star Wars is good in my book. That is all. Let me rewind this because let me hear her redonkulousness. Look at Kouri. You acting like your lawyer's up here, Perry Mason it up. She ain't, ma'am. She ain't. You might want to work on that coffee grinds mascara. It's getting a little clumpy. Shug.
Hey, can you see if
It's very broad as to time frame.
the house in Midway or track?
That one was a little overrated and sustained.
I'll withdraw. Speaking of that, were you ever able to confirm or track Mr. Richins and place him? Did you ever check and see if he ever went to the house in Midway on his geolocation? Did you ever ask anyone to do that?
Objection, foundation, when?
I can ask him if he asked anyone to do it.
You said ever, when, ever in his whole life, ever, never have I ever. You need to be specific. They've already got onto you for this 27 times, lady. Damn. I'm taking 70,000 points from Hufflepuff because of this insolence.
Well, that's a different question. So the question you just asked was very broad as to time frame. Foundation objection is sustained, but please ask a more precise question.
Did you
My mom was not good at sewing and anything like that, so she didn't make me any costumes. But in kindergarten, because this is my first memory of Halloween ever, I was E.T. E.T. was at that moment my favorite movie. I still love it. All right, here we go.
ever ask an expert, hey, can you see if Eric Richins ever went to the Midway house where Carmen allegedly left drugs in a fire pit?
So I was the lead investigator on the case. I was not the only one making decisions. I am aware that someone in our investigative team directed Mr. Demos to look into Eric's location from his device. Yes.
Are you able to tell this jury if Eric Richins was anywhere near the Midway house around the time that Ms. Lauber claims she left drugs there?
That's a broad date range. So I don't know. I don't have that data in front of me.
Okay. All right. Is it true that through all your interviews with Carmen and your attempts to corroborate what she was telling you, at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric was dead?
Her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that suggested that.
So after Eric died, it is your understanding that there's still drug dealing going on between Kouri and Ms. Lauber?
I am aware that Ms. Lauber conducted a similar transaction 2 ones prior to Eric's death, after his death with Ms. Richins.
On that's the occasion, I believe, and you were here, if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's the occasion where Ms. Lauber claims that Kouri had to write her a check, right?
Yes.
And the check was written out on the Kouri Richins Realty checkbook, right? As you recall from your investigation.
Yeah, I believe it was K. Richins Realty check.
Did you do any corroboration or investigation into whether or not Carmen Lauber did actual work for Kouri Richins Realty that week?
Yeah, I mean, we talked to Carmen about her relationship with Kouri in all ways, and she said she had done some work for Kouri in several different capacities. As far as that week, I don't know that we ever got into those details.
That was the week that they were about to close on the Midway Mansion. Is that correct?
What date are you referring to?
The date that, oh, I'm sorry, strike that. That's fair. The week before she got the check is the week that the Midway Mansion closing allegedly happened, right? Right after Eric's death.
Your Honor, objection. The air quotes, this is testifying.
The air quotes were for the Midway Mansion. That's why I did that.
I understand.
That's what I call it. But for the house on Legacy Drive, I won't do that again. The house on Legacy Drive.
Sorry, can you restate the whole question? I've forgotten it already.
The house on Legacy Drive had closed in between Eric's death and when Ms. Lauber allegedly got this check, correct?
Between Eric's death and when she got the check?
Right.
As far as my understanding, yes.
Did you ever talk to the realtor and say, hey, did Carmen Lauber clean up that house the week before it closed?
Which realtor?
The realtor for the Legacy house.
I'm not aware who that is.
You don't even know who was selling that house?
No.
So I guess the answer is no, you never made any attempt to corroborate whether Carmen did work that week.
I don't know that the realtor would know the answer to that question, but I never talked to them.
Okay. And speaking of the Midway Mansion closing, we've had some testimony here about some closing documents that were signed and dated either the day after Eric died or a couple of days after Eric died. Did you hear that testimony?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you ever go to the people that conducted the closing and confirm whether Kouri was present at that closing in person?
No.
Are you aware that you can do closings on houses without being present in person?
I know nothing about realty.
Okay.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate the situation that's going on currently, okay?
Then I'll let you have a pass on that. Did you ever do any determination as to whether those documents were signed through what's called DocuSign electronically?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
The closing documents for the legacy property, did you ever do any confirmation or investigation into whether those documents were signed via DocuSign or electronically without being with a wet signature and a pen?
The investigation into the signing on the house and the other financial documents, I wasn't a part of. That was through the prosecution's office's investigator and their experts, their forensic accountants. I wasn't really part of that.
As lead investigator, you can't testify that that was ever done here today.
I can't. I have no knowledge of it.
Okay. You did, you were involved in at least 8 of the 10 search warrants that were issued on this house? Because I think the first 2 were Detective
What do you
Wood.
mean by involved?
You were lead investigator once those warrants were being executed? I think the first 2 were Woody, so I don't want to credit those
The
to you.
title of lead investigator doesn't necessarily mean what I did in those circumstances. I guess I would ask you to be a little more specific about what you're asking.
How many warrants are you aware were executed on the house, on the Richins home?
I believe around 10. I don't remember the exact number.
And in 10 different times of searching, was there ever any fentanyl recovered?
Throughout the 10 search warrants, anything that was recovered during those search warrants that we suspected may contain fentanyl, have traces of fentanyl, were sent to the state lab.
Okay.
We got results back from the state lab. There were some items that.
It was,
May we approach?
Okay.
Do we want to move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
You may want to move on, Miss Ma'am, but I'm going to pause it right there. Thank you, Jonah's mom. I missed the super chat challenge. This is my objection to Miss Nestor. Get Chicky Nuggy Pot Pie Esquire from Jonah and myself. Thank you so much, babe. That was really generous. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jonah, you little sweet boy. All right, let's. I figured what you meant. A treat. I will get her a treat. Look at Kouri. Kouri acts like there's been some big old Perry Mason Matlock. You can't handle the truth moment in the courtroom. Kouri, put your eyebrows down, ma'am. This was not that.
In the 10 search warrants that were executed on this house, did you ever find any cups, glasses, straws that contained any traces of fentanyl on them?
Let me be clear. I wasn't present at every single time that the house was searched. So the answer is investigators in my team or investigators from the Summit County Sheriff's Office did not find cups, straws, the things you mentioned that contain fentanyl, no.
As you sit here today, can you even tell this jury the exact time that Eric Richins died?
I don't know that anybody can.
Can you tell this jury how fentanyl got inside of Eric Richins? Based on evidence, not speculation or theory, but evidence.
I know it was orally ingested.
And that's all you know, right?
That's not all I know, but I know it was orally ingested.
To this date, have you ever recovered any of the pills that Carmen Lauber allegedly gave to Kouri Richins to test to see what they are?
That I can confirm for sure are the pills that passed from Carmen's hand to Kouri's hand.
Correct.
No.
Okay. Prior to Carmen Lauber's second, third, fourth interview, there was never a warrant issued for Kouri's arrest prior to that date. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say the question again?
Prior to the interviews with Carmen Lauber, there was never, that was the first time you all requested an arrest. Well, let me say, because I won't say y'all. The first time there was ever a formal request to arrest Kouri Richins was after the interview with Carmen Lauber, correct?
After at least the first 3 interviews with Carmen Lauber, we had enough information that we believed met a probable cause standard for the arrest of Ms. Richins.
Okay.
We gave that information to the prosecutors, and they filed charges in this case. They then requested an arrest warrant be issued from 3rd District Court. I executed that warrant by arresting Ms. Richins.
Have you ever heard of hair follicle testing?
I think I've heard that term. I don't know what you're referring
What's
to.
your knowledge of it?
That people much smarter than me can test hair follicles for what it can tell you about the body's biology.
Specifically,
about the extent of what I know.
Specifically, isn't it fair? You've been a narcotics officer for a long time.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance, scope.
This is beyond the scope.
Your Honor, it goes to the investigation or lack thereof.
But beyond the scope of the version, or the version of the direct examination regarding the investigation. You have other options to get into this. It's just not right now.
Okay. Court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
When you searched Carmen's house, did you test any pills that were found in Carmen's house?
I don't remember. That would be a better question for Ms. Gibson. She handled all the evidence recovered from that search.
You were aware through your investigation that shortly before Eric's death, he was on a hunting trip in Mexico. Is that right?
Yes.
And the very last thing Eric ever did that we can establish before he passed away was a Google search, right?
I don't know if that's an accurate statement, but I know that a Google search was found on Eric's phone the night he died. That was, I think it was searching directions or how far it was from Utah to Sonora, Mexico, I think.
Right.
Like
And
if
did
you had to drive, how long it would take to drive.
Okay. And did you do any investigation into where Eric went hunting when he was on his hunting trip in Mexico? Where was it?
Yeah, I don't remember the name of the outfitter. Todd Rice was the contact that we had with the hunting outfit in Mexico.
But I mean, where in Mexico? Was it the Sonora area?
I think so.
Okay. Also, according to Ms. Lauber, she estimated that each time she got pills that apparently she says she gave to Kouri, they were 15 to 30 pills per transaction. Is that accurate?
Her statements.
Your Honor, the foundation is to when? During interview, during testimony, during when?
Just provide a little more foundation for the question, or a little more detail for the basis of the question.
What is your understanding of how many pills were involved in each transaction that ultimately allegedly went to Kouri?
Approximately, well, total or each time?
Each
like
time.
Individually? Each time approximately 15 to 30.
Right. And that would be a total, again, math, but if you have 30 pills times 4, that's 120 pills.
That maths for me.
And you were in the courtroom when strike that. Did you give Carmen rides to meetings with her attorney in your car? After she agreed to cooperate with you?
We helped transport Carmen when she couldn't get somewhere. It wasn't usually in my car. It was in Detective Maynard's, but yeah.
How often did you guys give Carmen rides places?
It was only a couple times.
Did you talk to her on the phone?
Yeah.
Check in with her?
Mhm.
Went by and saw her at her house?
We need answers, Steve.
I'm sorry.
You got to say yes because they can't type. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so what was the answer to the last question about you called her on the phone?
Yes.
You would go by and see her in person?
Well, not just like to see her, but like if we needed to get in contact with her in person for some reason, yeah, sometimes we would go to her house or her work, wherever she was at.
And this relationship or these interactions that you had with her extended from the time she agreed to cooperate with you to literally she showed up in court, right?
If you're referring to myself and Detective Maynard, yes, because Detective Maynard contacts and deals with Carmen a lot more than I do.
Detective Maynard is in charge of supervising her probation. So stop playing with these people and making it out to be something it's not, lady. Come on. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
Well, Obvi, Jesse Lee, IRC Jesse Lee,
Getting
Obvi.
close, I'm sorry. Thank you for your
Close,
patience.
close to what? Close to deriving at a point?
Okay. I want to talk about the, Lord, if they're GIFs or GIFs, I don't know, but GIFs that have come in, those pictures of the goofy pictures that they said that Kouri accessed the morning of the 4th, right?
I'm sorry, who's they?
All right, I'll be more specific. The GIFs, you saw them come up on the screen. They were like joke GIFs, right? That it was testified to that Kouri's phone accessed them all at the same time the morning of March 4th, the morning Eric died, right?
What I understand about the gifts is that there were, I think, 3 different ones, and that they were somehow accessed on Kouri's device. The technical jargon of the digital forensics is whatever Mr. Cochradimos testified to.
Look, nobody can say, aside from it wasn't Eric because he was dead at that point, but there's never a forensic person that gets up there and says so-and-so did a search. They only ever testify to a search was done on so-and-so's phone, so-and-so's device, so-and-so's computer. Stop playing with these people, Miss Nestor. You're driving us all batty.
I'm with you on that. So clearly, I would imagine, as the lead investigator, if you're investigating a potential homicide, would it be important to you to look at the very last conversations that the decedent and the suspect had right before the death?
It could be part of it.
Did you do that?
I believe I did. I don't remember what the contents were, but...
Katie, can you please pull up JO11? JO11? And this is...
I'd like to also point out that when back in the day, when they would slaughter lambs, they don't show the lamb the knife because it spoils the meat. So just because she was nice to him right before she poisoned him with a fuck ton of fentanyl means nothing, ma'am. But let's see this dumbass text you're about to pull up.
This is only for, yeah, okay.
Can hardly
And
wait.
make
I'm
it
sure
a
it's
little
going to
bit
be
bigger so that
scintillating.
that Detective O'Driscoll can see it clearly. And take your time looking at this, and I'm going to ask you some questions about it. Do you recognize these texts? Keep going, Katie.
I recognize that they are from Eric's device, yeah.
All right, and they're between whom?
Eric Richins and Kouri Richins.
And what is the date, sir? Can you blow them up,
Sorry, I'll have to
please?
zoom in.
Sorry.
March 3rd, 2022.
It's the lambs, the screaming of the lambs.
This is the day, literally, his last day on earth. And it's the conversation he had with his wife, right?
That's what it looks like.
All right.
I have to look at all the timestamps to
And
give
certainly,
accurate context for that. But
I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Certainly you reviewed this as part of your investigation.
probably. I'm not remembering them, but
Your Honor, this,
I have not looked at every single text message on Eric's phone and on Kouri's phone.
sure, but like the day he died would be in a kind of an important day to check out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you
Like
recall?
I said, that's where we got the information about the hunting guide in Mexico. So yeah, we were looking at that information.
So then, Your Honor, may I please admit this as Defense Exhibit 300, I don't even know what we're on yet.
That's not a
3010. Is it 10?
That's not a legitimate number. 300. I don't even know where we're at. That's not a legitimate number, ma'am. Objection. All the objections.
3015. We're a little behind. Thank you, Miss Brittany. I appreciate that. We move to admit it.
Objection, foundation, or authenticity. I'm also looking at maybe approaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we go to is this the first page, Katie?
Look at Kouri making all the faces. Like you've won some big prize, lady. Shut up. I'm not going to make... Oh, we can't... We're out... Damn. We're not even that far behind. Let's see if we can just do a little. What, do you need to center yourself? You need to harness your chi? What's the matter, Shug? Wow, she's really making some faces, huh? This is taking forever. Oh my God.
There will likely be additional questioning of Detective O'Driscoll tomorrow morning from both the defense and the state. That additional questioning we do not have time for today.
Sure don't.
We'll be recessing for the day between now and tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. As always, please don't talk about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about it with you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of the case. Please do not do any research about the case. Please travel safe.
Yay! All right, let's see what happens after the jury leaves. Oh my God, is that a dress? What the hell are you wearing? I need to see the outfit of the day, camera operator person. There you go.
Folks, have a seat.
Zoom out a little. Let me see if she's wearing a dress or if
Anything
that's
else
a
on
pants
the record
outfit.
today, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Detective, I need you to be back here at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Agreed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess until 8:30 in the morning. Thank
Your
you.
Honor, just real quick.
My apologies.
Oh God.
If there's some kind of urgent matter they need to discuss with him as the chief investigator, I guess I'm just asking we all be on honor. They don't discuss with him his testimony at all. But if they need to talk to him about something, just let me know and we'll probably agree to that. So just if there's an urgency in the middle of the night or something.
Any problem with that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No problem, Your Honor.
Okay.
Why the fuck? I'm sorry. She irritates the absolute shit out of me. So all the cuss words are coming out now. Why the fuck would he need to talk to him in the middle of the night about something? What is wrong with you? Always throwing the shade and then acting like you ain't throwing the shade. Like you're not good at undercover shade, lady. Ugh.
Very good. We'll be in recess until 8:30 a.m. Thank you.
Take her to jail. All right. So Wow, what a day, what a day, what a day. Oh my God. Oh, what a day, you guys. All right. Well, thank you all for chilling with me today, hanging out, going through this court stuff, listening to Miss Nestor think she's arriving at a point, but not quite getting there. She scored a couple of points. I mean, but not many. I'm with you, IRC Jesse Lee, who says I'm going to obsess over why this particular text exchange is so complicated and important. Sames. Neat says, oh, she's calling him tonight. Like she really thought she did something. Like she thought she really had he gonna cry in the car moment. He ain't gonna cry in the car, lady. You need to stop. You need to stop. Lord. We do need each other to get through this because this is too damn much. She's too extra today and not in the way I enjoy. All right, y'all. So we are going to be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 Central, 10:30 Eastern, 8:30 Mountain, 7:30 Pacific. I think I got them all, and I think I got them all right. If I did not, you know where you live. I'll tell you, Eric, let's all set our watches, okay? It's 6:19 now in Central Time, okay? All right, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. I look forward to what tomorrow has in store for us. And of course, when they're done with Mr. Detective Driscoll, the state is going to rest. The defense is going to move for a directed verdict. They're not going to get it. Then they're going to start their case in chief. I don't know when that'll be, but that's what's on tap. That's what's next. And I can hardly wait to see all their proofs. All right, you guys, have a great night, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow morning. Until then, au revoir. Bye, you guys.